Hello, welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a desktop automation tool called Automat. This is how it looks like. And I have to move those objects so they are properly stacked. It's a place which you can use to keep your kind of scripts. It's like AutoHotkey. If you know AutoHotkey, a desktop automation tool, Automat is something similar. We have a bunch of tools that can be used to perform different actions on your computer. And Automat can help you with doing this automatically. It's mostly meant for playing games. So if you have any repetitive game which requires some sort of grinding for gold, for experience, this is the right tool to fix this issue. It can repeat keystrokes for you, it can capture contents of windows, and it can react to changes in those windows. So here I have an OCR tool. So see, I can recognize this text and I can process it using instructions that I have here. So this is what it is. Recently we added the ability to drag multiple objects at the same time. So now when objects are stacked on top of each other, I can pick the bottom one and move them together. There is, however, a small problem. You can see it, for example, here. When I pick an object, sometimes it leaves a ghost for some milliseconds. It's very visible, and sometimes when I pick the object, maybe not for this one, but for this timeline, you can see the grid. Maybe not now. Yeah. So not only it leaves a ghost, but also sometimes it's translucent, so not great. The plan for today is to solve both of those problems. So when we move a tree of widgets, we will more carefully re-render, we'll more carefully choose what textures to update in the next frame to avoid this flickering. Yeah. So at the end of the day, we should not see any blinking when I'm picking this up. It should be smooth, there should be just shadow slowly growing outside when I pick it up. So this is our plan. We'll see how it goes. Also, announcements. I've done a presentation on Automat. Although not specifically on Automat, on some things that Automat uses internally. It was about HID, like parsing HID descriptors to get accurate finger position from trackpad. This is something that Automat has been doing for quite some time, and yeah, I thought it's okay to talk about this. So there is this recording of Virtual Meetup 11. You can probably copy the text from screen. So those videos are unlisted, so I don't want to kind of link them all over the place, because sometimes the people who present in them, they are presenting very early ideas, so they may not be fully fleshed out. But if you just want to check this one, it's there. And also there is a presentation of Scrappy here. Scrappy is a really amazing tool. I kind of love it. When I look at Scrappy, I really like that it's so simple. I do have one small concern though. Like, when I was reading about Scrappy online before, it seemed to me like Scrappy is going to be this like small utility that you can use to run stuff locally. But now it turns out that the code seems to be, like the state seems to be stored on some central server. which introduces some... It makes me more worried about the future of Scrappy, but I absolutely hope it succeeds. Like, hosting data on central servers is problematic for many reasons. You get abuse, and you need to charge for it somehow. Centrally stored data is more expensive to store. It's very mysterious to me why this data is not stored locally on like end users' devices. I hope it's... I hope I just misunderstood something in the presentation. Anyway, strongly recommend this presentation. Maybe I will put this, I don't know where. Yeah, just copy this from screen. That should work fine. Also, there was this, in linking together, there was this link to TinyBoxer. So I heard this name, Boxer. I think this is some kind of programming environment, possibly. If you have a time today, we will take a look at this. Looks very interesting. Okay, besides that, I was also wondering about the next step for Automat. So right now we kind of finished with the new timeline improvements. So the timeline now has this slice operator, so I can cut it. If I record the macro, and I don't like it for some reason, what is happening? Look at that. It's a very interesting bug. And maybe we'll take a look at this as well. What have I done to trigger this? I moved a couple of objects around. I think this could have been caused by our recent changes in the stacking code. Okay, now it seems to work. Oh, also we have some very interesting issues when I zoom in too much into this timeline. Okay, slicing, timeline slicing. So now we can snap to positions on the timeline, and we can slice to them. So I can, for example, make... What is this? Oh, it's our rendering. There is something with how we stack textures, like layers, that's causing some issues here. I'm afraid we cannot use blending modes too well right now. Anyway, I can cut sections of the timeline. I can also resize them, and I can snap to positions on the time or to those points here. So I can grab this point and move it to, for example, 4 seconds perfectly. And this one I can move to 3 seconds. Now I have precisely 1 second have to resize this again. Now I have a precisely 1 second key press. It's very fast, this kind of manipulation. Anyway. This object picking works. I think I know what could be the issue. Nope. Look how timeline, like this, how this radar animates. We have so many visual glitches, I want to fix them all. Okay, let's start with this flickering. This flickering is probably the most annoying. So, stopping this. Stopping this. Some notes I can close. So let's go to, do we have any uncommitted stuff? We don't. Let's go to, I guess, renderer. So everything that we are going to do today, at least as part of this bug fix, is going to be limited to the packFrame function. PackFrame function decides what we want to render in this frame versus in subsequent frames. Like, what do we want to render in background? Yeah, I can fold everything so that we have an overview of this. So this is updating fresh texture anchors. Updating fresh matrices, recording draw commands. This is kind of late. Okay, so this is the packing. This is kind of the heart of the packing code. So we create a list of jobs. A job is a widget that wants to redraw itself. I think this whole thing is job creation. And then, for each job, we can guess how much time it will take to render this. So we can assume some budget of time, and we can start packing those objects to see how much we can fit in the current frame before we cross this remaining time threshold. Our time modeling is very bare bones right now, but we can improve it eventually. We will insert some profiling library soon, so that we will have the better kind of latency model here. So what we care about is so the pack function takes the current object and packs it, marks it as to be rendered in this frame. So I have this linked list, which is based on indices, which is probably a terrible idea here. I could probably use a proper linked list of pointers to widgets. It would probably be better, instead of having this next job, prev job. Yeah, this invites problems. I mean, the nice thing about this is that it avoids allocation completely, so whatever, I'm not going to change it right now. So this is our linked list, actually, this first job. So we have this function called getLag, which I guess tells us how long ago we rendered this widget last time. No, I think this is slightly more complex than that, because when we iterate through widgets and we call the tick function, so this is the tick, I think, yeah. It is actually possible that the object which is being reattached in the widget hierarchy is being rendered by the client currently. Oh, this is getting complex. So this is roughly how our rendering scheme looks like. We have some widgets that are packed. In this location, okay, it doesn't have a texture, so this one is probably skipped because of that. So some objects are scheduled to be composited in subsequent frame. So what I kind of really want to know is is like, what was the parent? Okay, I will create a new object here. This one, let's make it, I don't know, blue, because this is reattached. And let's say this object used to be here, but now it's being reattached here. So if it was part of a packed object, for example, I don't know, this one, and it's being reattached to another object which is also packed, there is no issue. I mean, maybe there is. I think this is a good example. Okay, so if our toolbar was packed, so the widget was actually rendered at this location, it kind of reached the display, so the user can see the object as part of the toolbar. And now the object is reattached to a new location. So the moment that this object is being presented in root window, we also have to re-render the toolbar. So one thing I could do, I think if we think about this carefully, we can actually make it correct. I don't want to create some like ad hoc hacky solution because it will create more issues in the future. This solution has to be decent. And I'm thinking of a solution that wouldn't require, because I could solve this in a very simplistic way. So if I see that some widget has a different set of children, I can force packing. I can make it, okay, we are always packing this object then. And if an object gets another child, I could say it is also being packed. Also forcing this to happen in the, like immediately in the current frame. So I think new objects are always rendered, they are always packed. So the interesting thing happens when there is a lot of this happening. When all of those objects are actually rendering slowly. So they are rendered to off-screen textures and they are composited with a frame of delay. Okay, I think as this kind of tree of widget during subsequent frames, first we render those 4, then they are composited into the parent one, then they are composited into the parent one. It's like at each level we are slowly folding this tree up and up, and we can do this, that's fine. But the moment update is reaching the root window, we don't want an object which still exists somewhere to not be present, to be present in none of the, nowhere in the tree or in multiple places in the tree. That's, I think, what we want to achieve. I think if we do that, then we can even reparent objects. Asynchronously. Yeah, I think this is the main idea. So and if for some reason some widget is present twice, then we can Force depacking, maybe. We had this test called renderer test. I wonder if it still works. It should work. We wrote it like a week ago. I think this is something we could use, this renderer test. It's going to be way easier to experiment there. Okay, so this is how our renderer works currently. We can do updates about 3 times faster than the object is being rendered. It's still not perfect, it should be super smooth. Yeah, so the render is still has some very small things to be added.
PRIT says,
when would you use STD vector versus STD? List versus STD dequit.
I used to use lists a lot in the past because I was taught that their complexity is, always constant. So I really like that. Eventually I learned that vectors are most of the time like the best structure for performance, for those lead code problems. Dic, I don't actually remember how dic works internally. It has some tricks that make it work, as a two-sided vector, but I don't recall precisely how it does that. It's not a cyclic queue because it can grow, right? It has some clever growth mechanisms also. I use vector and dec interchangeably now. And list, almost never. The reason for not using list is that it does a lot of allocations. You do just one small operation and there goes like memory allocator. This is the slow stuff. If you can implement list on top of a vector, that's even better. Like the optimal data representation for programming competitions is to have something like that. So you do something like that, and then this is allocated totally in static memory of the computer, and the size of this struct is 8 bytes, and CPUs on x86 are super efficient at multiplying by 2, 4, and 8 specifically, like, or actually there are a couple more sizes that are very efficient, but there is also 9 and 7, but 8 is like a very sweet number for assembly, from the assembly perspective. If it's 16, it's actually slower. And then you can have so if you're playing and trying to get, you know, the highest performance, this data organization is the best. So you have a list in one array which only holds these previous and the next numbers, or you can actually do this even better. And you can do linked list like that, and then it's going to be decently fast. And you also need to store the or last empty, first empty.
Bro, what's the single most impactful feature or paradigm in modern CS11 onwards that fundamentally changed your approach to complex software? And why?
Hard to say. C++, okay, there was one big thing that really helps. I wouldn't say there are any paradigm shifting ideas. I mean, there are, but they haven't affected me, I don't think. There are like coroutines, for instance, that came up that change how you program, that can change how you program if you decide to use them. There are ranges which you may use, but I don't use any of them too much. They can be a little bit confusing and hard to debug, so I actually avoid them. I use them when they are useful, but I don't really try to use them all over the place. But one thing that really changes how you write software are lambdas. If you have lambdas, and you can pass those lambdas around, compiler can optimize them really well. So specifically by lambdas, I mean something that looks like, let me find it, like that. You can see that the type of this variable, this is not function, this is not std function, the type is lambda. If I put std function here, something like that, it still works, but this is a completely different type, and this std function is actually not so great. There is no way to define lambda in C++. The only way to do it is using the auto type name. And the thing is, when you use lambdas, the compiler is free to do crazy stuff with how this lambda works. It can inline it into all of the function where it is used. It can keep it on stack, so you can avoid dynamic allocations here. So you can have you can literally just store this function on stack and pass a pointer to the function which is kind of on stack. The data for this lambda, I mean. Really cool stuff. And Rust uses this a lot. If you use the Rust traits, under the hood they are implemented using the same lambda system. And I would say in Rust they are probably way easier to use, because in Rust they are more native, kind of the whole language encourages usage of those templates. Rust uses kind of a lot of templates under the hood. And lambdas can have also pretty nice stack traces. Once you switch to std function with this, funky signature, the stack trace is going to look terrible. So it's another reason to use lambdas. The only problem is that you cannot really put a lambda in a public interface, because public interface needs a well-defined type. And lambda types are very ephemeral. When you define lambda, you always define a new lambda type. So it's very hard to pass them across interface boundaries. We need functions for that. And lambdas, they are nice. I love them. And I probably love them because you cannot pass them across interface boundaries. And because of that, they are always used locally. So, and locally, they don't pollute the API, their complexity is contained always within a function. So it's really great. Yeah. Back to rendering.
CP Chica says,
Hello. I don't know, is it just me, but streaming on Twitch is black screen only.
By the way, hey. Let's see. Twitch. Weird, it says offline. Let me check this in OBS. Let me restart the stream. So I will do a short restart, like I should be back in a couple of seconds. Thanks for the ping about the black stream. Okay, so we are back after a short technical break, but it seems like Twitch is not picking up the stream. Yeah, it seems we have an issue on Twitch side. Okay, it broke at some point. Let's see. Okay, this is interesting. So the recorded stream is there, but the live streaming does not work. I think the issue possibly is on the Twitch side. Yeah, it seems that Twitch is recording the stream, it's just we cannot see it.
Yeah, last 2-3 weeks is coming home late. Usual at the time you were ending stream. So I just assumed you have ended stream. So I just went on with my day.
You mean that this issue with black screen, has it been going on for longer than today? Because if it was, then I have to fix this. But yeah, I didn't do a stream on Monday, and I was kind of done with the stream unusually early recently. Let me check YouTube. Yeah, it says live. It's here. Algora.
Yeah, about 2 weeks.
It says live. Okay, I will debug this. But maybe not right now, because I would have to constantly restart the stream to identify the problem. I'm wondering, I haven't been changing any stream settings recently. I'm streaming in a fairly high resolution, maybe Twitch has a problem with that. Yeah, I will experiment offline. Yeah, thanks for the message. Too bad. Okay, we have I guess some time. I'm thinking about a problem. So this is a typical like algorithmic issue. Like we have a tree where we are reparenting an object and we want to like update parts of this tree, like subtrees, and propagate the update to the root level and make the root update consistent. So we have this property. I'm still thinking about how this will interact with client. So what if I can update yeah, then what? I mean, like a part of this tree is already being updated.
I don't know what, but I know computer is always right.
Yeah. So the way I'm thinking about this is I'm thinking about the problem, I'm putting those ideas in my head, and then I switch to something else. Oh, come on. Is Automat running? It's not. Okay, so no weird things should be happening. composes. Anyway, so I have those kind of problems. Let's do something else. Let's look at this boxer. A boxer is... it looks to me like processing, a graphical programming environment where you connect boxes and it can draw nice graphics. Was this processing? I think processing is still coding based. Processing still looks like that, but I think I've seen something like VVV or V. Anyway, I need to create my own like personal wiki of those environments because there are so many of them that I want to refer, and I keep forgetting them. Or maybe set up some Anki flashcards. So, Boxer is a tiny programming system inspired by TinyBoxer is a tiny programming system inspired by Boxer, leveraging the HTML DOM structure. Illustrates naive realism, explicit structure, and evaluation by copy and replace. I'm not sure if naive realism is what I think it is. When I think about realism in the context of programming, I always think of bytes, like programming system that doesn't try to wrap bytes in any higher level abstraction. This is what realism is to me. Like, it's getting as down as possible, not creating any like fundamental boundaries that the user cannot descend below. Evaluation by copy and replace. This is actually super. This is like one of the key, there are like 3 ways of calling functions that we have in hardware. One of them is based on stack, like where we call a function through a stack. You put function arguments on a stack, you call a function, the function puts its local state on a stack, and it works like that. Then we also have coroutines, where like a frame of a function with its arguments and stack, like local variables argument return value, is allocated elsewhere, on a heap or in static memory. This is a coroutine, where you don't use stack. And the last one is through macro invocation. And macro invocation, you can do all of those techniques in pretty much any sufficiently advanced programming language. Macro invocation is like my favorite out of all of them, because it allows insane optimizations from the compiler, and it also, very rarely, but it also allows the user to do all sorts of funny hooks and modifications to the function which is being invoked. The downside of macro invocation is that whenever you want to call a function, you need to copy the function. You need to insert another copy of the function in each context where it's invoked. And so it wasn't terribly efficient. It still isn't terribly efficient, but it's very powerful. And if a language... I like when languages allow this. I like when it's the main way of calling functions. I think this should be the main way of calling functions. But I don't like when it's the only way of calling functions, because it's very, very restrictive. For instance, you cannot do recursive algorithms efficiently using coroutines or using macros. For recursive algorithms, you need stack.
I just slapped the link in random markdown file.
I could do that, but my problem is memory. Like, I forget about those environments. So I'm slowly moving towards this idea of creating a deck of Anki flashcards with different programming environments. Just to remember, who made them and what are their features, how they look. you know, in Anki flashcards you can combine pictures and names. You can have those kind of multi-dimensional Anki flashcards that check your knowledge in all directions.
Have you considered Obsidian Loksek?
For Obsidian, I know Obsidian is kind of a rabbit hole of personal note-taking, and it can be used to create a sort of flashcard system even. But it's a proprietary tool. It's going to be entitified eventually. I don't want to waste my time learning Obsidian.
Loksek being Osvarian.
Possibly, but my goal is not to kind of record them. There are plenty of places where they are recorded. My point is to actually pack them into my head so I can recall them, you know, using my own mind. So spaced repetition, like my objective is to use spaced repetition to remember this whole, you know, this long history of visual programming environments. Okay, let's look at this tiny boxer. By the way, thanks for letting me about this logsec. I will start it at least on GitHub, because there may need a need may come eventually for Obsidian-like environment, and it's nice to have an open source alternative. Sweet. When I look at the homepage of this tool, there is one thing which is kind of worrying to me. It's that it's so professional. It's a little bit too professional for an open source project. So I'm actually wondering that maybe it has investors. So by the way, the problem with proprietary software is not that it's closed source, it's that it has expectation of making money. So if an open source software has an expectation of making money of users, it has the same issues, really.
Speaking of OS, any type OS alternative for Notion.
Oh yeah, I know Anytype. I used it for like a year actually. I have quite a lot of notes in Anytype. It is slightly clunky to use though, I have to say. The interface is really optimized. Like, the people who work on Anytype, they have put a lot of effort in making it nice, but just the fundamental model is so complex that it's kind of like Git. You know, it doesn't matter how good tools, how good interface you build on top of Git, it's going to be spaghetti under the hood anyway. So Anytype has this problem. I keep a lot of my notes there, but whenever I want to take a note, it requires so much effort to organize this into this tree, to create links to other pages so that it's discoverable in the future. Yeah. So the data model of Anytype is very complex.
They dug themselves too deep into Notion rabbit hole.
So I once, when I was at Google, I talked with the guy who works on Google Tasks. There is this page, tasks.google.com. I'm not going to open it, I may have some kind of private stuff there. But the Google Tasks is so basic. And I asked him, why don't you add some even simplest mechanism to make it more interesting, like sorting or like linking to, you know, external like URLs, text formatting, you know, anything to make this more capable. And it turns out they made user studies about, you know, how much users like those tools, and it turns out that there is like literally any feature that they add makes the users less likely to use the tool long term. So the reason that Google Tasks is so basic is that this is what user studies told them. It's that people just don't want complex organization.
Why add complexity when it works?
Yeah. So there is Google Keep, which went this way of adding more complexity. They are still very conservative, I would say. They still don't have any sort of... I mean, they have some sort of categories, but very basic. They have hashtags, I think, and they have colors for nodes. But that's about it for Google Keep. You cannot really have templates or stuff like that, or different types of nodes. Okay. Sweet. Okay, let's look at this boxer thingy. Okay, turtle graphics. We know what's turtle graphics. You have a cursor and you can tell it to move forward, left, right, to change color, this kind of stuff. Explicit structure and native... Is there a video presentation maybe? There is... no. Search for... Okay. It's not what we want. Okay, so this one, it seems like it's using HTML as its like syntax, essentially. So each box is a div and it contains a series of span, which is a command. Okay, so in I you put identifiers, in B you put numbers, and in S you put strings, and you also can have nested boxes. Okay. Okay, so this is a markup on top of functions. Evaluation through copy and replace. Mutate this document, all star state is visible.
Programming or program in HTML? Excuse-moi.
Yeah, it looks like this is the case. Let's grab this. I'm going to run untrusted code, obviously. I can actually run it within Ubuntu VM. I mean, I have a Ubuntu chroot, especially for situations like that. How do I run it? Do I have npm? Oh no, I've seen this error many times, and I still don't know how to fix it.
Wantoninity8 says,
Just to say hi, D.
Hey! Just npm doesn't work even. Is my npm here working? Okay, I don't want to mess up my system by installing random JavaScript mess, so I will skip running this thing. I guess I will have to imagine what could happen here. So we have a box called star. I don't know how to mark up the title of the box. We have probably within this box probably two spans. The first span has a move to command, the second has a repeat with this. By the way, I'm not sure if this is correct, semantically correct HTML. I think span is an like inline element and block is like a block element. So I think, or maybe it's inline block. I don't remember the details. Maybe you can merge them. Oh, I see. So when you have a command, it actually finds a box named like that and replaces it with the command. Interesting. It feels like Game of Life a little bit. All of this state is on screen, and you just take a look at the current state and you advance it by one. You do one round of substitution. Nice. So those are types. I guess this is TypeScript. Okay, so we can use names too. So this who1 is going to be replaced with please, and who2 is going to be replaced with this. Substitution. This is also how Prolog works, by the way. Prolog does the same thing. So I guess when a box is a named box, it's not evaluated. But when the box does not have a name, it's being evaluated step by step. Nice. Yeah, this is a very fun computation model. I think I've seen it in other places as well. It's really cool when you combine it with HTML, because then it's very direct, literally. You can, execute it step by step, and at each point you can also enter this word and change the HTML to change its behavior. I really like when the code of the program is on screen. There is no compilation step. You can modify the running program. Okay, and that was it. Really fun system. Oh, it doesn't really have a server. I can just run it like that. Silly. Okay, click on a box to select it. Nice. Alt-E triggers evaluation of the current box, I assume. Unfortunately, not on my machine. Nope. So I cannot trigger evaluation, unfortunately. Let's check step 2. Nope, does not work. If I open console, implement this function. This is some kind of coding exercise, I see. Let's go to the last step. Nope, does not seem to work. Uncaught to do. Okay, so maybe this is just an idea, like not fully implemented. It totally looks like it's possible to. It looks like it's a working system. I don't know why the code does not work. It's very strange. Why the code has to-dos in it. It's a very interesting approach to create sort of like an exercise to implement this system yourself. Still, rewriting is a powerful technique. Okay, back to our issue. Okay, so I think that within each widget, unfortunately, we will have to store it's going to be bad. In each widget, we have to store like a tree of widgets, which was rendered as part of this one, essentially. It can be a set. So this machine, the renderer, which is working on this widget, it needs to know that this machine contains those locations, this hotkey, those buttons, this new location. And this toolbar needs to know that it contains this maybe I should not use the name location. I'm just realigning everything to have a nice grid. So when this happens, if I'm kind of composing those widgets and at each step of this composition, I'm keeping track of the tree of widgets which are included here, then I will know when I'm composing two trees which contain the same widget twice, or which do not contain a widget that should be there. Okay, so I can resolve this locally, but for each widget I need to know its list of children, like list of widgets that should be children of this machine. If I can do this locally, then it's going to be... I don't know if it's going to really have any advantages. I guess it's going to allow us to render more stuff in parallel. It's probably good. Okay, so whenever any widget is rendered, I want to have this as a more general. I don't want to only have this at root level. I think it's good if we have this problem solved locally. Whenever a widget is rendered, we need to figure out what widgets should be So this is going to be our, let's call it ground truth. We need to ask all of the child widgets ask each child widget what descendants. Now, if If each child is present only once, then it's fine. So let's maybe start with the happy path. But if a child is missing, then we have to find the if a descendant is missing, then we need to find the direct child which contains it and then wait for it to update its texture. So it's like computing 3 difference. It should be doable. It should be doable. It's not going to be pretty, I'm afraid. Okay, and this wait for it to update its texture, it needs to be defined. Let's call it sync. With its rendering, and we will define what it means. To sync with its child rendering. Okay. So the idea here is that each widget is rendered at exactly one place in the tree. So this is the key idea that we want to do. And we will need some extra features. So how to sync with child rendering? I actually have been thinking that this issue is going to be way simpler. Turns out it's not. So how do we do this sync? Okay, so this happens before we pack the widgets. So this essentially means that we will combine the two. It essentially means we are creating a dependency between the two widgets. For packing, for frame packing. We kind of have this already here in our existing packing. Because whenever we have a widget that we are considering for packing, we are going through all of the parent objects. And yeah, we are adding their render time. The problem is that this render time is not flat, it's not a simple number. This get render time. Right now it returns a float, but really there is a lot of parallelism that can happen. The rendering is not just a block of time that happens at once and it's done. We have to first create render commands, send them to GPU, and they have to be evaluated on the GPU. And the GPU has some parallelism, so it can execute probably multiple renders at the same time. Okay, I actually wonder how do we handle this if an object was updated and its ancestor is being rendered in the background. What verdicts do we have? Okay, so we are creating nodes for those objects, but we are not really updating them in any way. So we are keeping track of objects which are being rendered currently, I think. Yeah, we have this rendering boolean. Oh, actually no, we are skipping the widgets which are rendering. Okay, we'll do a small break. Be right back. Okay, I think we can enter I think we can enter the widgets which are being rendered. We will just mark them as verdict skipped because it's rendering. So I think for each widget we have to track the list of children which are rendered as part of this widget. Yeah, those operations on widget trees are going to be kind of heavy. So, how could I simplify this? I could simplify this kind of for myself by creating proper functions, but it's going to be terribly inefficient. Like passing collections is terrible. Okay, in terms of those verdicts, I think I have to insert a new Actually, I'm not sure. So, what happens here? After I do tick, I'm setting once to draw to true. I think I could reuse this unknown for this boolean, because if a widget does not want to be drawn, my dog is demanding attention. It can be very direct about this. Literally grabs my hand and prevents me from doing stuff. Okay. I actually wonder whether this state should be stored as part of the verdict, or maybe as part of a separate variable. If a widget was updated and it doesn't have a texture, we propagate it. Okay, so we are setting once to draw only if the object kind of updated itself. Okay, I think if I just remove this, it would still work. And it's not really any significant optimizations because only a few objects are rendering at a time. So really, the slowness comes from this heavy analysis here, not from this condition here. Oh, yeah, we actually have a check that makes sure that we don't repack the same widget. Okay, I think we can just add this extra condition here. The clipping could be interesting. Because if clipping causes us to render only part of the tree, then we may not descend into this widget during analysis. Maybe it's fine. I think this is pretty much our analysis here. So if some widget goes out of bounds, it can interact with funny ways with clipping. I think we will figure this out. Let's see if the condition, extra condition, if it works. Shape widget has been repacked. Okay, the thing is that shape widget is a leaf widget. So it will only be packed if its child is packed, but itself it's... Okay, so maybe we can skip it here. It's good that I had all of those tests that verify that the frame packing maintains the invariance. Root machine has been repacked. And now this is something. This shouldn't be the case. Okay, unknown error. Okay. Now we have the issue. So finished since last frame. All of those, and root widget. We are packing the new ones, we are deciding to pack those, and those go into overflow. Next frame. Insert recording root widget. Finished root widget. So this line finished root widget. This adds the widget into render results. Okay, so I should be grabbing this request. Take this out. Okay, we have the same issue. And we have delay prototype button, instruction library widget prototype button, blah 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 blah, and root widget. So we are sending this to pack frame, and for some reason it triggers this here. So we're setting rendering to true here. We send the request. And when we receive it back, we set it to false. So we can assume that root widget is rendering here. And we can assume it's not rendering here. This should help narrow down the problem. Okay, yeah, it's possible that it's the first frame. Actually, I don't know how to check for the first frame. Root machine has been repacked. We are still getting those repacking issues. Okay, now the error makes sense. Root machine has been repacked. It should not have been repacked. Then root machine. I want the root widget, not root machine, to have this issue. Come on. Okay, this root machine repacking, I guess, could happen. So instead of ancestor overflowed, we could say that ancestor is rendering. And that should prevent packing of child objects. The stuff that we're doing may seem very slow, but we are progressively fixing the invariants which are scattered throughout this code. So as we finish this, like as we get closer and closer, the rendering is going to become more and more stable, more performant. So it's important that we do this carefully and we make sure that the logic of this stuff that we're doing here is sound. So if we want to render a widget, but one of its parents is still being rendered, then instead we will render it in the background. And then when it finishes rendering, we will ask its parent to render again. Okay, now we have a more interesting bug. Because this one does not produce any error message, so let's see if I can maybe debug regular Automat. I'd like to avoid the debug build because debug build is kind of safer. Just regular segmentation fault, that's fine. Let's see what debugger can tell us about it. There we go. Sorry, what? Okay, we need debug build. We need debug build. Interesting errors. In command buffer recording. Oh, this is new. So this macro recorder is right now, it's being recorded into the background, from what I see here. The issue happens when I zoom in. Oh, actually when I pan. Excuse me, what? How is it? Address not mapped to object. How is this possible? I see code. Okay, RAX contains -1. Do we have -1 anywhere? Okay, we have this prev job and next job. And first job. I think the issue may be happening here. Okay, so from this log, we can see that frame packing seems like pack frame finished. Okay, we will debug this with printf. Printf is going to save us. Oops. Yeah, the issue seems to happen further. Let's divide this code into some sections. Let's put, I don't know, 5 here and 9 here. Okay, happens somewhere between 5 and 9. Let's put 7 here. We will renumber them now. could be here. Okay, now the error seems to be happening somewhere in here. Okay, inside insert recording. It seems like our insert recording info has some problem. I know why we cannot see anything. It's because I'm setting like ptrace handlers. Debugger cannot work because of this. I need to change the way I do this stuff. Okay, now I should be able to debug normally. My ptrace handlers, they basically prevent debugger from properly taking care of Automat. Now we should have a nice stack trace when the issue happens. It's interesting that the issue doesn't happen when Automat is left alone. Only when I start like moving the screen, only then it happens. Okay, we are at the correct position. And look where we are. We are inside insert recording. What's happening? It's insert recording info. It looks pretty. Has recording, wave height. You're in the overflow, I think. Yep. So there are no semaphores. Okay, so what's happening within Skia? Is add recording to the queue, add commands, we are rendering prototype button, right? Add commands, some visitor. Okay, this is recursive, I guess, function. We have this add render pass. I have no idea why we add render pass. What is render pass? Some Vulkan thingy. Bind textures and samplers. So we are inside this, get image view. So prototype button uses one texture. It's the texture of its child. So I guess this is how we are converting the texture into Vulkan image view. Okay, so we are checking if this function succeeds. So let's revert and see what's happening here. So this is our current frame. So here is a record of all of the events. We have finished rendering instruction widget, type button, root widget, and another type button. And there are no background jobs. 0 BG jobs. Very simple situation. This is very strange, because from log it seems like we want to render two widgets, like root widget and instruction widget, but then when we follow this, packed frame over, we are inserting one recording, I guess this is for root widget, and then the other recording, I guess this is for instruction widget. And then we are inserting one more. It doesn't appear here. This is interesting. So I will add in the insert recording some more information about this. No. Yeah, can do it like that. It's way more complex than I thought. Changing our rendering pipeline. It's a bad sign, it means the rendering pipeline is fragile. I should have probably checked for more edge cases. There we have.
CP Chica says,
What's not fragile in Vulkan?
Yeah. I'm actually worried the issue is somewhere in my code. What is this? I see. So we have a massive queue of overflow widgets which are waiting to be rendered.
Don't worry, keep calm and play chess right.
Okay, so during previous frame, for instance, we packed root widget and we sent a couple extra widgets into this overflow queue. And the client, as directed, the client inserted the root widget into the high priority queue, so the root widget is rendering fast. And then the client takes the first widget from the overflow queue, which turns to be hotkey, and it inserts the recording. And all of this is the client checking for potentially maybe there are other widgets that can be scheduled because they are waiting in the queue for rendering. And then for the next frame, it's just I have a very fast GPU, so even when Automat is in debug build, the GPU is still fast, so it finished actually rendering this basically immediately. Like when it was inserted into the Vulkan queue, the GPU basically said, okay, it's done. So we are sending this information and saying, hey, they have finished. And the frame packing says, okay, that hotkey, which was just finished rendering, re-render it again, because for some reason, maybe something has changed. So this was inserted into the overflow queue. Okay, and then we are taking some object from the overflow queue, which happens to be timeline, the one from the front. And rendering it. So here in the we need to go here. No, here. Yeah, Okay, and the issue is probably again in actually the issue is slightly different right now. Something about barriers. And there are no semaphores, nothing here. Okay, so the problem must be about some child object not having its texture. I don't know. This insert recording info contains no semaphores, no waiting here. Submit pipeline barriers. Okay, this pointer is concerning to me. This doesn't look right. Yeah. It is an invalid address. Why does it say fault address 0? Fault address doesn't seem to be 0. Size 0. Size 15. Image barriers. Okay, short break, be right back. Okay. I have a theory about what could be wrong here. And it's that we have those command recording threads here. Not related to insert recording. Related to this or this. So I think the issue actually there are two different issues combined. So first of all, we have these pending recordings. So when we want to render stuff, we send all of this into our recording queue. Then we are receiving those recordings, but we are not inserting them right away. We are kind of drip feeding them to the GPU. We are giving it, hey, here is one recording, play it back. Here is a second one, a third one every frame. And we are doing this possibly out of order because they should be renderable out of order. But the thing is, maybe they are not. Because if like a child widget finishes and is sent back and we are packing it again and we are like asking rendering to happen again, then we are like swapping its texture. So this could cause all sorts of weirdness when we essentially like replace child texture while the object is rendering. Child texture is replaced while the parent commands are still waiting to be submitted. So I think we will do this command recording in a slightly different fashion. I think once we record commands, we should insert them pretty much almost immediately. I don't want to do this from the same thread because this recording is actually kind of slow. So maybe we will only send the widgets which we are going to render during the current frame for packing. So I will grab all this. Actually, nope. Here.
Low pass effect. Low pass effect.
Okay, and the ones which we are removing, we are immediately inserting. Okay. But this alone will probably not truly fix the issue. Because the actual issue is in frame packing. You should basically not tick even widgets which are children of other widgets which are rendering still. And this is the release build. The release build should work. I actually wonder if the order makes... if the order is important. It probably is, I think. Yeah. Well... I think we could... Yeah, it probably locks because we are waiting for some semaphore, which is never flagged. This graphite recording can definitely be cleared. But, like here, I'm too afraid to do it yet. But in a second. Okay, this list of semaphores is actually kind of useful. Actually, let's call this recorded. Okay, this wait list, it contains other semaphores. But let's just go in order of frame. Okay, I will change the type of this waitlist. It should contain pointers. They have to be located sequentially in memory for insert to happen. Maybe we can do that. And I don't want resize tylko I want reserve. Yeah, exactly. Actually, I'm questioning whether we should even have overflow queue. It feels like the stuff that we are doing here. Okay, so maybe this is more like client-side throttling. For the render speed, I think we could remove this if we have proper, if the background rendering like starts working properly. It's still not quite there. So there is a... I don't want to mutate the memory of this list, so I will add a counter which will contain the number of child widgets. Yeah, this is only important during a single frame. essentially, whenever I change the wait list, I will also change the then list of the parent element. Okay. Okay, we are cleaning both lists. Count should always be 0. I think we can insert an assert here. Basically, from the construction of this thing, we should never be setting this to 0 except initially, because all of the increments should be balanced by those decrements here. And I can remove this. Yeah, that was a use case for a topological sort. No valid recording passed into add recording call. The only issue with this approach is that we will insert overflow widgets, overflow tasks kind of first, not the right order. What is the problem? Yeah, it seems like the same widget was inserted multiple times. So packed widgets, this is everything, absolutely everything. Actually, this is interesting. It's possible that parent widget has no texture, and then the parent ID should point at, yeah, at what? Oh yeah, so we can say that a parent of a widget is a widget without a texture. How should we handle this? I'm thinking that the this render frame, it should not care about widgets that have no textures. They should be non-existent. I think they should be in general non-existent, but especially here. because they usually only do some help with transforms, very basic stuff. It's happening in pack frame anyway. I kind of think we should remove all of the nodes that have no texture at some step. Actually, I could also merge this frame and overflow and use this of parent ID to decouple overflow from the main frame being rendered. It's another idea. Could simplify the code a little bit. Okay, we have no crashes. I actually wonder why do we render connection widget all the time? Our render speed is super pessimistic here. Look at what we changed. So I've enabled debugging. I am tracking more. I'm doing this for topological sort. This long guard is unnecessary. this stuff I just moved. Okay, so now I am only recording commands for widgets that are actually going to be immediately sent to GPU for rendering. And I'm making sure to send them in the right topological order. So insert recording makes sure to select the right queue. Okay, and this logging we can remove. Now we changed the behavior a little bit. I think right now we may be sending more events. Oh no, for rendering. Yeah, so as you've seen, there was this case where buttons rendered before the parent object. So we are getting some interesting new kind of failure scenarios. And a crash. Actually, no, this is not a crash. But the rendering has stopped. Okay, we broke something. Okay, so in pack frame, so I think had this check which was verifying This is a recording, this is too late. Yeah, so we have this ancestor rendering. I think that if ancestor is rendering, then maybe we should not only render in background, maybe we should just wait with rendering. There is this lag. And sometimes we end in this funny state where nothing is being rendered. "62 background jobs, 99. I think there is a deadlock in those background jobs. Come on. Lock. Okay, let's try again. Oh yeah? And there it was. After frame 1000 roughly. 17 background jobs, 36. Okay, there are 18 overflow jobs. So we're inserting the recordings. How is it possible that we have 42 background jobs, even though we have only 18 inserted here? Yeah, they have been inserted multiple times. No. So those two hotkeys, they were probably very fast to record. So we are inserting them first. rendering concurrency issues, as always. I think the answer is somewhere here. It says widget, root widget took that long to render. Yeah, it only means that a lot of time has passed since we've done this and the rendering has finished. So when we print insert recording, we record GPU start. Yeah, this is the interesting thing. We have just one foreground queue and we inserted only the root widget into this queue. But because of the stuff that's inserted into the other queue, which is all of this except root widget, 42 background jobs. Actually, this is interesting. So when a widget finishes rendering, we are waking its parent. We are setting wake time. But this will cause a tick later in this step 2. Here. And that tick is unnecessary. We are not getting closer to what we wanted to do. I think we have to insert some extra steps. So this tree creation This tree creation should probably happen before we consume the update from client. And this is because instead of setting wake time, we should be able to say to somehow else signal that this ancestor with texture wants to be re-rendered. See that there are a lot of weird properties which should probably not be part of this widget. It should be part of widget drawable. Absolutely not wake parents, we should just redraw the parents when child updates. And the steps, I think instead of having those big steps that are kind of complex, we should probably have a much simpler, if possible, steps. Okay, we definitely do not want this update to happen here, so I will remove this. Okay, so now I think we will be able to move this pack frame texture bounds. Oh, we use it in quite a few places. But mostly to check if there is a texture. Okay, if this tree, widget tree, is supposed to have clipping information, if it should omit the stuff that's outside of the tree, then we need to include this matrix. Yep. Be right back. I see we are even calling this skip no texture or skip clipped. Okay, I know why this specific order. It's because texture bounce depends on tick. Only after tick happens, tick can essentially change the shape of the object. It can make it grow or shrink. So we have a different idea. We'll keep these fixed parents. Let's keep it here. We are going to remove that. Okay, the idea is that here we are going to put the render result. If the widget has finished rendering, then we will put render result in this widget tree. I could store it as an integer, but maybe pointer is going to be better. It's fine, it can be const. I'm going to store them as references. Cool. So this array is not changed at any point, so go ahead and keep track of this. I moved those two pieces and actually think we can move most of those things. Here we will just build the index. Okay, that stuff should still work. I mean, this weird bug will still happen, but we'll fix this in a moment. Automat should still render itself, mostly, even with this change. So those moves, they should not cause overflow widgets, at least not in this quantity, to appear. And we should be able to trigger this issue. Look at this button. What happened here? Actually, this is interesting, we don't need the widget. Okay, now instead of changing this wake time, I could say first of all, instead of finding ancestor like that, I will find it using this better way. Like that. Okay, and this verdict is applied immediately, so maybe we can rely on that. Okay, now this. We don't need this. There will always be parent with texture, I think. Okay, and now we can actually change this. Instead of fiddling with this wake time, we can do once to draw true. So this should redraw the parent without causing a tick to happen in a parent. Oh, a slow update. Eventually we get in this state where we have plenty of background jobs for some reason. Maybe I'm missing some mutex somewhere. Maybe that's it. Okay, that was a tiny improvement really, what we've done just now. And actually, we haven't done this properly, because if rendering happens off screen, then this if condition is never going to be triggered. Okay, and now I need to handle the off-screen stuff. So I will do this erase. Let's pass a widget. No, it cannot work like that. I need to somehow mark a widget that should be redrawn, but without any need for a tick. Okay, so I will undo a lot of changes.
Anytime says,
Hey, bro.
Hey, hello.
What's going on here? Asking as someone who doesn't do coding at all.
So we're writing a desktop automation app. You can scroll to the beginning. I'm in the middle of kind of big refactoring right now. Around the start of the stream, I'm kind of explaining what we're doing today. Okay, checking if this still works. Probably not. has issues, but this is probably our standard issue. Okay. Okay, we still have this mysterious issue. It's probably concurrency thing where sometimes our overflow queue just gets kind of large. Yep. There is a reason for that. It's that the whole point of this parrot is that it can record macros. So it's doing exactly what you're doing, right? It's imitating you perfectly. Yeah, the parrot is the macro recorder. It's managing other objects. You have this issue sometimes. For some reason now it seems to work. But sometimes there will be the case where we will suddenly start accumulating rendering kind of render tasks in the background, and they will be accumulating over and over. Okay, I need to trigger this bug and fix it, because we cannot live like that. It's too... It was happening a couple of minutes ago. Come on, come on. Oh yeah, this is crash. 1105. Let's stop. Let's reopen render log. Somewhere here we had the issue. At this frame, we log the message saying that root machine and root widget took 4 seconds to render. It's kind of insane. after this happens, we start accumulating background jobs. One. Still 51. And then we're adding more and more. Okay, I will find this. So how do we count background jobs? Background rendering jobs. We have a counter. It's a global variable. And it's decremented in finished proc. And it's incremented in insert recording. So this should always be the same thread. Is it possible that we return here? I have no idea what triggers this slow render. Maybe this result is false? Okay, I could look at a different problem. this stuff. For some reason, I am rendering those objects without their images being before texture is being loaded. So the initial render is transparent. Oh, this is a completely different issue. Okay, let me try to lock it again. I have to zoom, I have to like update all of the like, as many objects as I can. Yeah, and it happened. Okay, I didn't got a lot of log. So here I am setting rendering background to false and to true for other objects, for other widgets. Yeah, this is very strange to me. It seems like for some widgets we just never get here. Could the issue be similar to the problem before, where we updated some child widget? This GPU time is wrong. I don't have a good way of measuring GPU time. I can only measure time from when I submit to when this callback is called. It's not exactly the same as time taken on the GPU. Okay, I think we caused the issue again. I think this issue has to be caused by child widgets rendering themselves while their parent is also being rendered. Let's see, I'm curious. Are we going to see that? What a Heisenberg. It just doesn't happen when I want it to. Come on. Okay, it looks like this timeline could... I mean, I was hoping that this timeline somehow broke, but... No. Just I'm drawing the debug layer wrong. Okay, no, that was just a lag. It seems like I can always insert the recordings now. Okay, so the problem happens when I abuse the overflow queue. And possibly when the widgets render in different orders than they should. Yeah, and it's kind of... it's true. So when parent widget is rendering, it uses cached textures for its children. And when this happens, I really cannot update the child, because if this parent widget is rendering in the background, and I send an update for one of the child widgets, then fun things can happen. I can, for instance, delete the old texture that the child was using. For example, if the size of the texture was different, this can happen. See, I'm grabbing the recorder and I'm asking for the new texture, and if the texture was valid, I am deleting it. So this is what could be causing the issues. Actually, I'm almost certain this is the case. And this will only happen if many objects are being rendered using the overflow queue, and when they are rendered out of order. Okay, so the fixes. The fun thing about GPU errors is that when a GPU has an error, it just continues, it just carries on. Like it's like a best effort strategy. Usually it works. It can render interesting random stuff. It's very robust, but it's not great for debugging, because we have to kind of theoretize what could be happening. So solutions to this might be to 1. Do reference counting for textures. Sounds like an interesting solution. Idea 2 is to not Don't draw widgets which have parents that are still rendering. Okay, and if this theory is correct, then we can actually force this to happen. We could, for instance, force all of the objects, like force every object to be rendered in background. And that's basically it. That should be enough. That should make it crash. Okay, let's try this. Theoretically, everything has a frame of delay right now, but I don't feel it at all. Let me add some debug lines. Okay, here's our slow render. And we have 147 background jobs now. And they are all blocked. Come on. Check this out. Failed to insert recording for hotkey. And this seems to be the point where the issue started happening. Okay, we should also have some of this. The widget took too long to render. I think they should coincide. Come on. There we go. Check this out. So we have a slow render, and on the next frame we have failed to insert small buffer widget. And this failure, I'm guessing, it happened because one of the textures was missing. Maybe GPU or like the driver, they scrambled to like resolve this issue somehow. Maybe it recorded some debug log somewhere. Do I have any debug log? Some perf data. Nope. And yeah, this has to be the case. And there is one more solution I could insert, which would be to delay the rendering of child widgets until the parent is finished. But I think it's better to do the tick later, because this delay can happen on the client side or on the server side. I think this delay is better when it's done on the server side. So this is the solution we will go for. How did I get into coding? This happened when I was small. I barely remember. I was reading some gaming magazines about game reviews mostly. And sometimes they did attach some programming lessons. So this is how I started. I mean, it wasn't true programming, it was more like how to use batch scripts on Windows. And my main motivation was to, actually, it was to write malware. Yeah, some of the first programs I wrote were viruses. Trojans mostly. Trojans are very fun. It's the best kind of malware. It's also kind of creepy. So usually when you are kind of hacked online, you're being hacked by somebody from kind of the other end of the world, like somebody who hasn't even seen you in their life. So when I was a kid and when I was distributing my malware, kind of, it was mostly on local file sharing, like neighborhood range file sharing servers. So when it actually happened only once. I only managed to get on one computer. Only one person was unlucky enough to download the stuff that I kind of infected. And I knew him because he lived like in the next block from me. So it was kind of crazy to see that somebody I know kind of. Trojans can do a lot of stuff, the same kind of stuff that Automat can do, right? I can capture screen, for instance. Yeah. The craziest thing was looking at the feed from the other PC and seeing, yeah, and seeing cursor move. This is harder than it seems. Depends on what you classify as a virus. Usually companies have dedicated teams of people who are, or like not teams, they often subcontract this. So they often hire another company to monitor their network traffic. This is the best way, probably, to detect an intrusion. So there are people who are logging all of the network traffic and are trying to identify any anomalies there. The malware tries to blend into the regular traffic. So the malware will try to use regular network protocols like HTTP. It will use common online, like for example, social networks to exchange data to avoid just standing out. Instead of talking directly with using some binary protocol with the command server, they will instead use Gmail or something like that. Yeah, it's a never-ending kind of game of cat and mouse. Because the moment the people who are monitoring this issue, when they realize the techniques that the malware is using, when they start monitoring for them, the malware just changes the behavior to something slightly different. So it's a very fun environment. Okay, somewhere here I had this verdict, yeah. I am going to introduce a new verdict type. Skip parent rendering. Thank you, Copilot. It's so smart. Okay, when we are flattening the widget tree, instead of doing this, or let's just call it skip rendering.
Danny Times just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm Polish. Yeah. Poland strongly depends on the time of the year. The only time to visit is from May till maybe October. After that it's pretty dark and cold. And I actually think about Nordic countries like Norway, Sweden. It's even hard for me to imagine how bad the winter has to be there. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. I guess visiting is different from living here. Okay, so if Verdict unknown. Okay, I'm a little bit afraid that by setting verdict to random values, I may be overriding some important values, so I will add a method to update it. This is a great job for Copilot. There are 24 places where we have this assignment. Okay, I will log this only if we are debugging rendering. Check this out. We have plenty of issues where skip rendering was changed to overflow. Specifically here. So what are we doing? We are iterating through, quote, render jobs, and we are adding them to queue. I think if an ancestor is being rendered, we shouldn't even create a job. This create list of render jobs. We should skip it here. Because otherwise we are still having the same issue. Okay. We have cases where skip rendering is being changed to skip no texture. This probably should not happen. Yeah. Here. First of all, we can add this check here. It's definitely going to be needed. Doesn't feel great. But should solve the problem. Okay, we also have this skip rendering changed to skip clipped, which I think is acceptable. So all of the places which I'm finding, it's like having a static analyzer find bugs for me right now. It's pretty nice. I don't even have to think much about this. I have to say, it feels like it's faster. Even now, when I'm doing totally crazy things. So when I'm moving this around, I should not really be doing any updates. I should be just dragging a couple textures. Okay, no more errors. Crazy. It took so long, and everything that we've done today was we changed the pack frame to also analyze, like including the 3 nodes that are still being rendered. Oh yeah, we switched to this needs draw. A tiny improvement. Okay. So it's kind of late, and the main algorithm that we were supposed to implement today is still not there. think I will do this maybe over the weekend. I still don't know how. I have no idea. I think within widget, like next to this rendering and rendering to screen, I think here we will kind of have to keep a list of IDs of, I don't know, children, which are part of this object. And this is just one step, because when we detect there is an issue, we still somehow need to signal to the client that a parent widget needs to wait.
Low pass effect.
This is going to be super finicky. Maybe I can do this in a more distributed fashion. I mean less distributed fashion. When I am doing this reattachment of widget, maybe I could tell this widget that it needs to I could basically include in both of those widgets a tag that will be propagated during rendering so that the root window can see that if only one of the widgets has this tag, then it's bad. Like some struct that means that, hey, those two widgets should actually be composited during the same frame. So pack them together or just render them in overflow and then composite them together. Okay, I think we could maybe put here something like sync with ID. I mean, not -1. This. Just a guard value. Actually, the guard value could be 0. Yeah, I think this is the solution. This is the solution that avoids incredibly complex vector copying throughout the widget hierarchy. I can just copy this single number instead. Single ID. So here, when I'm traversing the children, where was that? It has to happen here. I'm afraid my node structure it doesn't have this. So I kind of simplified the case. Now I basically can mark those two objects using this sync with ID. So one thing I could do is so there is a local mechanism I could use. So when I am scheduling rendering of this parent, I could kind of propagate this value up. Not exactly though. Yeah. No, I will do this tomorrow. It's probably too late to think for me now. I think during analysis I need to mark the widgets where I can, or maybe I can just force packing of all of the widgets which have this sync with ID. I could mark them as, instead of sync with ID, I could say force pack, and they will always be packed. Actually, you know what? We are not ending the stream. We are going to do this, because this could be a very simple solution. Okay, so this is a stronger version of needs draw. This ancestor rendering should not be a thing. It should be... You should not be doing any ancestor rendering, any packing when ancestor rendering is true. But anyway. Okay, our force packing still doesn't override the protection that we have around data races, so there could be a situation where we will still flicker. But on like the closest frame that we can, we will do the full render. Okay, this packing loop is kind of... it's n squared. It's a fairly slow loop. So to make it slightly easier, let's do... Okay, there are some funny linked list manipulations here. Okay, but this should be safe. I am removing the node from the tree, but the old node is still pointing at correct next. Correct prevent next. Okay, now inside the drag action. Okay, stuff is just working. Nothing crazy. Okay, so basically I'm saying that the root machine has to be updated during this frame. And if I go here, yeah, I can set this. This will force the next render update to also include this location, this widget. Essentially. See if this works. Okay, I am doing this force packing root machine. This is not what I want. Actually, this widget, it has no texture. Maybe this is causing the problem. Yeah, it's impossible to pack a widget which has no texture. Skip no texture. Continue. Also interesting, each child of this object is a location, so it also doesn't have a texture. So actually, we will need a function for this. I think here we can maybe I should rename this instead of force pack. Maybe it should have like refresh ASAP or something like this. Okay, I think we fixed half of the problem. Look what happens when I pick this up. I mean, what doesn't happen? There is no blinking. I mean, when I pick this up, when I drop it, there is blink. Anyway. There's still something wrong with drag action. Force pack. Okay, now I just need to fix the putting it down. So this force packing is very similar to wake animation. It's not exactly the same, but do you see this? We have no more flickering. I can pick this up and drop it as much as I want. So the solution is not perfect. There are still situations where, for example, if a background of some object, like a parent of, like ancestor of some object is rendering, it may actually cause a small blink, but it's basically almost never going to happen. In this edge case. Yeah, we fixed picking objects up. Quite a lot more things to fix. But all in due time. And there I was, going to end the stream and do this on the weekend. It's weird that whenever I fix one thing, another thing pops up. Like right now we have this issue with textures not being kind of present when we start. Okay. Now we can end the stream. So what can we do during the next stream? Okay, this is... Can delete that stuff. Oh, where was that? Yeah, fix widget ghosts on drag. Oh yeah, there is this thing which was on the back of my head. It's about naming objects. Right now we do not name objects, and actually names are kind of irrelevant in Automat, but I think for debugging they could be useful. I think it would be nice if we assigned nice names to each object. So I think over the weekend I will think how we can assign names to objects. I was thinking about UUIDs, but I think UUIDs would be boring. Like, the point is that somebody may want to look at JSON, or somebody may want to refer to an object within, some Automat machine. So this is what we really want to address. Really don't want to be like globally unique. This is not the goal. And the global uniqueness is really not... It's not helping us with anything. So I was thinking about removing location name, but maybe I could repurpose it and store some nice auto-generated name in there. The advantage of location name versus object name is that object name is like a name of a type, and location name, it could be the name of this specific object. Just an idea. And this is also going to change the JSON schema for better, because JSON is, right now, it's very hard to navigate, especially when connections come into play. So I think if we assign decent names to objects, the JSON will be much more readable. And it will also make our debugging easier. Okay, so this sounds like a good idea for the next stream. So see you on Monday. Bye bye.